Hello and welcome to more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Or I should say Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're still on episode 3, the Red Turnabout. We're about to start investigation day 2. So what happened in the last episode was that Maya was under trial for the murder of the High Priest, I think his title was, and we found out he was part of that gang that was trying to overthrow the queen. So that was kind of crazy. And then we got a guilty verdict at the end of last episode, and we were gonna get death penalty along with Maya, but then there was another murder, so they're also tagging that murder onto Maya's sentence, saying that she's the spirit who's been capturing all these bad guys, and now she's just killing everyone. Which definitely isn't true. How could she have even murdered that person while she was in trial? But they don't seem to care, so now we're gonna prove her innocent today. That's your sum up. As of the first part of this episode is also on my YouTube if you need to watch it back. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Why do I even end up doing these recaps when they're already doing a recap? This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Ah! Yeah, not Phoenix's finest moment. Mr. Wright. Albie. I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I worried about that too. But right now... I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadamahi. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murderers are not likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, and we're talking about a murder here. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. Irk, I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. Humph. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering, for I am unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of Mitama yet again? This cannot be. All I did was defend my client. Nah, I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Huh? Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I do not care. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? I left unsupervised. I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Grr. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to support your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But, your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. I don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. But if I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Alright, let's go to the Plaza of Devotion then. Another body, huh? Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would kill here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outlined in flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Is there? As the high priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this? How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gather dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyer ilk are reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma. It's that detective from your country again. Eep, it's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine, Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help out in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. Humph. You're talking to a professional here. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Pure Zealot. He was the High Priestess's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the High Priest murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Well, then Maya has a strong alibi already. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in the upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. But the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. Okay. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? I thought they meant that this happened during the trial, not the... Alright, I guess Maya is still a possibility, technically. He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. Tisk, there's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadamahi holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. Then means we can... Wait. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring the temperature. I see, I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. Heh. It was just a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see how the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Well, everyone was praying, looking down at the ground. Yeah, because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there's one piece of irrefutable evidence, the dagger. Sadly, yes. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Alok Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Alok Zealot. Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us not hear what the police think. Let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is the Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Yes, you did. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to the vital point. Excuse me. Not that that would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose, with his head bent over like that. The last thing he must have saw was this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Albie said these are called prayer flags. You were saying they look different. And the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Oh, this one looks different. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. But if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the most direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Usual spot. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of practical worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it even look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma. I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadamahi for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Alright, well, let's start... Let's go back to the Inner Sanctum, maybe. Let's start there. I already searched here, but never hurts to take another look around. Yeah, probably searched everything, haven't I? Okay, well... Let's see... High Priest's house? Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head. Are you not Oh, whoops. Are you not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Beleb, are you? She lost her beloved husband and now Acolyte Zealot, who is like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was the closest to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Pere? Well, I'm sorry, I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Pere. Miss Inme, you don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now, my faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting an accuser? That's right. Alright then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Buleb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Kernism. As such, she is not one to make light of others' faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pere collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Quran. Mm-hmm. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity on the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Okay. What can we learn about him? This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you have never heard of Cacha-Damal? I have heard people describe it as Kuranese chess. So 2 players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Cacha-Damal, the object of the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? It sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. That it does. Barbed Head, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in here. A photo of the high priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inme about it. Looks like they had a fun time together. Oh, she has the the samurai slapwatch thing. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has the nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. Humph. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abetting malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here? Oh, whoops, I already did that. Okay. Maybe present? Yeah, there we go. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before is performed. We enjoyed dishes full of ginghel and an herb unknown to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the ginghel-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear? Ginghel? I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess, indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Puree went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What about what was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Pere always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I'd make some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inme, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I kept thinking about those two any longer. Barbed head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Not quite yet. Moving around for now. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during the trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it, too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There are no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of my FA. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle, accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted in. Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come... No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. We will have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's soul or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Ooh, you dare bring her holiness' name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. You struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can. But I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed as Lady Kira. Although it's kinda cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Were you close to Acolytes a lot? We met several times during the meetings about the Wright. But I don't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Wright? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know, the salty noodles at Eldon's Noodles. If it's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. It sounds more like a hot pot than a ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. Um, so what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to enjoy the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Inme's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? Um, when the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inme. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for the third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plummeled Punisher TV show, right? How do you know? Because the Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room in the secret door of the inner sanctum. Do you know there are 88 secret Pummeled Punisher bases here in Crane? Can we please stop talking about the Pummeled Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the Chargers tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then I'll go grab dinner at Eldon's Noodles and your favorite burger joint you pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping with the salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges. I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding on to it for me? Sure. So what's the super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops. Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Alright. Back to the priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Miss Inmi is probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I am watching you like a warbud barbed head. You had better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you would stop interrupting me. Alright. Oops, not move. Examine. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is this strange patch on your bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my home country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Pummeled Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems generally intrigued. There must be a common thread between Pummeled Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Pummeled Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that tome of secrets that Maya was talking about. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Oops. Oh. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it. Put it away, quickly, before we go blind. Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh right, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? Humph. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nina? What of this folding book? Yes? I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Gulp. Very important. What's written inside? Yes, 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 I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your benevolence. Patience, patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To Kuraness priestess, the person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kuranism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The queen has a secret art? Humph. It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to have guessed. Probably the channeling. In Kuranism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about this secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning about the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacle hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well, yes. I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine you're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment of its channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars are antiquately can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. So, spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But as of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Kuranism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature? Driven from their own land? Gasp in pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As I know, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It was written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. The divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. Humph, you shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Quran. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan or the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? Ack, I guess she saw that one coming. Humph. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in her other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Quran would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Irk. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there. After him. Don't let him escape. What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You know, the one in the trial? You mean that guy in the bushy beard? Yep. There's no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect. But he might know something, considering he is at the scene of the crime. He was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait. Huff puff, ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, 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 I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright. Huff puff. Hey, Albie. That's Arbo. Have you seen... ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Huff puff. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around there? Here? Oh, that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arbol could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the air myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? I think I see the exact place. That manhole cover, it's open. Whoa! What is it, Shadu? Didn't he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadu track Mr. Arbol if he had something with the rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Arbal's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Okay. Let's see. What would he have touched? Angel spot, bring grub and key to... What would he have touched? Maybe that? I don't know. Maybe? Here, Shadu, how about this? I hope it works. Okay, I was correct. That was his. I think he's picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadu for a bit? By all means. I have no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence. I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe the next day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Oh, okay. Starting to wish there wasn't so many flashbacks. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadu. Be careful. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ah! Ooga ooga, ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down into the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I'd remember that face anywhere. But that dragon symbol on his armband, that's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake, it's him. That's Arbol. Yikes. Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. And thought you were the cops. Why you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Phew, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Corinne's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that? But I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Koran. Wait a sec. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyerman, what'd you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Thrust Enemy and his acolyte Pure Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. But when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all. Yeah, got that right. Then why did you say you didn't when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused us? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is that you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with, back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon glare. But he even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-paced glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight on the accused, no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is this what you meant by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive, too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Okay. Okay, what's this about? Is this a parting gift for me leaving the rebels? No, you can't keep it. I'll just ask him what I can for now. Let's you know anything about this? Nope. This? Nope. Do you know anything about the knife? Nope. Zealot? Nope. Okay. Inner sanctum diagram? Nope. Warning? Jeez, does this guy know anything? Okay, he just doesn't know anything, it seems. Well, let's sort of examine around a bit. Is this a law book? A dragon's mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right, the mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages of this one section are really dirty. Must be the section of the Defense Culpability Act. I see. He must have done a ton of research on Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if it was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arbol. Har 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 har. You guys are big and strong as me. I've been bigger appetites. Got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry to offend you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyerman? I've got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Arbol? Is something wrong with flowers? Oh no. It's just a tradition thing here in Crane. Pay no mind of it. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Huh. Looks familiar. Those are Dirk's sons. Wait, what? Are you sure? Because that looks like Adamahi and Apollo. Are you sure these are Dirk's sons? Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yeti. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadamahi. That seemed obvious enough. Prosecutor Sadamahi is Dirk's son? That he is. Yeti was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why'd he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Eddie decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Kuran's legal system, but Will the Dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yeti was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure help overthrow Garan one day, but as you see, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's has Dirk's been beside himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It is Apollo. It really is Apollo. Uh-huh. That's what I was saying. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. uh, yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arball's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Apollo? I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice though. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with him if I don't scram soon. Please wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? Oh, just a moment. I just forgot to do something. Alright, I'm back. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Why were you in the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Kuran, like I'm doing. Uh-huh. Ah, psyche locks. Mr. Arbol is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arbol? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Okay. Let's see here. Present that. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you in the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That's what you keep saying. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. He never stood a chance against the Grand regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I said, I didn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Oh, the flowers? I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Corinne. And the High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho. Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just Corinne's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard of Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. This? I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Gulp. They bought this food for you at your request. Hoo ha ha. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Nah. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? So you're good. Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But it was just taking advantage of him. That's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on the inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn inside of you. Not quite sure. Statement doesn't really help. I'm not sure. Strange bread arrived in the inner sanctum of the Wright. Oh, this? I... maybe? Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for the unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on your scarf tied on your left arm. And you wouldn't be wearing that if you weren't no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, you should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want, but I don't know any... wait, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. What we both believe in. Is it the book again? Because we believe that the culpability action exists. That's what you believe in? Sure, and oh, wait, no. Whoops. I think it's the badge, actually, now thinking about it. There we go. Didn't think that one through entirely. When a person's back is up against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have on my badge, you always have and will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. I had planned to... I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked there. It's like you said. I've no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? The the creature's eye near the inner sanctum. Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just an ordinary key. I see. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she's bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops. She's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for different crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for doing things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is. Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Grand Regime. Wow. Heh, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. And the Grand Regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like this? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of, that evil no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but... Just a moment. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Crane. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used the hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that my insights that I glean, therefore, are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. I'm very sick of all these flashbacks. Tomorrow shall end with your under the headsman axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals used the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom where a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend. It's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's our ball. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See ya when I see ya. Alley-oop? Alright. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. I say back to the inner sanctum. Oh, after we meet up with the priestess again, I guess. Phew, I finally got out of there. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was worried about you. Shadu, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arbol was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. I already know where to go. Inner sanctum time. Barbed Head, are you ready? You already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. You know, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue. It is written all over your face. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Can I... Searching this thing is so hard. Whoa, this is blood. Okay, yeah, yep, yep. Wait, I think we go from this angle and then there we go. This is a statue of a bird. Guess I'd take a closer look at it. Okay. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder. There we go. I knew it. What? Well, I think you, deserve an apology to Maya talking about secret entrances and bases and stuff. This must... She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course, now shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbad from the entrance here. I told you, I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. Alright. Well, this looks interesting. I believe this is to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that warbad revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred place. It is a desecration upon Kuranism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that. You must not take photos here without permission. Rafa's really fired up. She's... Sorry, that was the dryer, if you heard that. It's probably gonna go off again once more, so just keep that in mind if you hear buzzing. Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move. Do not use that to excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. So this is the water source that supplies the Inner Sanctum's spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira used the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy grass smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so the shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some of the moss is about halfway up has been disrupted. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble. What's happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable, probably not best to touch it again. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Please hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother. What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Wright, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbhead. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. There's a Pummeled Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Pummeled Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Little shrine, almost. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Pummeled Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And the switch, if I'm right. It's the Pummeled Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Pummeled Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred place? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Nah. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? microphone. Some blood here. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminal testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Forgot we had that. Luminal testing fluid grows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminals glow. Then I just press space wherever I want to spray the luminal. Areas where there was blood will react, turning blue. I want to do this. Oh, this is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priestess' blood flowed in there from under the Warbad statue. There's definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh right, luminal reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice it before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbad's revolving door passed over it? Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Alright, back to Temple. Who named these places? Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers plied their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Sahamadi has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Humph. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will now look you will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before the murder, Zealot enjoyed the meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned that spirit channeling here in Kurain. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What, really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Igna's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. I think that's what's really gonna change this case, for the better. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to the case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum. I think I just realized who Kira is. I think it's the wife. That would be a huge hit with the tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. I think you're heading into court with plenty useful evidence. I'm sure we can pull this. I'm sure we can pull this off. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right? It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before, the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Kurain find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks, I can't afford to lose this next one. I've connected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. I have. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. I can't see how it couldn't be the wife now. That's my call, is that the wife did it. Yes. Let's do... let's do another... you know what? We have like 3 episode ones, like, going on right now. Could probably overwrite this. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was just thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. It's a little bit too late for that now. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Pummeled Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Hmm? Rafa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. You'll see to nothing. Heh, guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadamahi? I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. Something we can agree on. Let's wrap this up. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today we will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pere Zello. Now then, Prosecutor Sadamahi, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergy men in Kuranism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Geez, what's worse than eternal tickling? But then, what terrible fate awaits her? Balgapoken Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulton Molten. Furthermore, enough. My blood runs cold at the mere thought of that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime is the high priest's disciple, Pure Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living in the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbad dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbat dagger. Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it. Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused fingerprints are on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadamahi? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadamahi. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? I think this is actually going to be in our favor this time, and he doesn't want anyone to see. Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? And I don't know if she's just not smart enough to see that, or she's putting on an act and actually likes us now. I don't know. For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I will accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance's vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes. Let us begin. Nana?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
No one gonna say anything? I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Wait, there wasn't anything at all? Your benevolence, what in the world? Ugh, I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination. Oh my god. Stop with the flashbacks! This happened not that long ago. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused guilt, with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sadamahi. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. That's not true. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that ever poised to bound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And then the truth will show that my client Maya Fey is innocent. The truth? You don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of Amitima is not to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as yourselves. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Again, not toast. We'll be fine, with or without it. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadamahi suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Girl, like... Why are you angry at me? I'm trying to make your seance happen. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective could please come to the stand, we may begin. Hey, I'm a good old-fashioned trowel, huh? Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But, there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away and taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I, I, I can't do this. Ah, no eating in the Sacred Heart Hall of Justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The latest victim was Pere Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow Bleb in me has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Cross-examination time. The latest victim was Pere Zetlak. He had been training under the priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. Let's see. Is anything gonna help right now, or am I just gonna be questioning everything is the question. Maybe we'll just question everything for now.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deep, devout youth. I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priestess' star disciple. Furthermore, he had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. 2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Beleb Inmi, has identified the victim's body. Was Mrs. Inme positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Pura Zelot is a fake name. Yeah. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased face and a true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there are no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Crane. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I have always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Kuranese. Oh, how the High Priest must have lamented his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Add it. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Skye, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Crane illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence, and there's also no evidence of him being a citizen in Crane either. Oh boy. Now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really wasn't an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Okay. Rebel. Okay. So we have some sort of proof to hint. Maybe the peach on his neck? Maybe that's a hint? Don't think there's really anything else. Yeah. Okay. Objection! Sorry, Detective Skye, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves that the victim was Kuranese. I'm just gonna... Peach. Take that! Look at this tattoo right here. Why is that a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. The victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are favored delicacy here in Karain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. Not gonna lie, me too. I want some peaches now. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. And unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Oh, right, we're looking at it as a peach because we're looking at it upside down. Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Oh, the symbol on his head. Namely, the tattoo on the high priest's brow. Oh my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Curnus clergy. So, that is what you believe it to be, but are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Curnus clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy are maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hints. That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? Anyone at all? There's just one, and his name is Real Nenmu. He became a monk 20 years ago. Then that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must be some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is that we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks the seance, this is entirely unprecedented. Heh, you are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. What's wrong? Are you not wanting to hold your seance anymore? Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? We've already explained ourselves, just hold it. You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Sure, bring it on. Just come on. Exactly, bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. Humph. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. We're gonna have to watch this all over again, aren't we?
O Holy Mother,
Yep.
we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright, finally. Gingle Pummeled Punisher theme heavy. So why is the Pummeled Punisher theme there? And what's so heavy? Oh my. It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Pere Zelot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we see the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. Well, I kinda expected that. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. Nah. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused guilt. Sure you did. You did? Ha 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 ha. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Sadamahi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Pummeled Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Pummeled Punisher strap. When you press the Magatama on the Pummeled Punisher's belt. Sure, but who did she get that strap from? Is probably what you should be questioning more. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! Hehehehe. It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there is no further objections... Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. And that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. Grr, you do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the mitma of the deceased. If you believe there are errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Alright, time to do this again. Not gonna lie, I feel like these cases in Korean are like my least favorite because they just seem so repetitive. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite, and though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. But someone was there, and the theme of the Pummeled Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The victim struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. Okay, I get heavy now, because you're already tired and somebody's pushing on you. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I did not notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. pause for a second. My all-important badge. Newspaper, autopsy, statement, warning. One of the kind strap, the Pummel Punisher theme when the mag time on her belt is pressed. And look at it. I got the punish. Pressing the mag time on her belt, the Pummel Punisher theme song, which begins with some traditional Kuranese instruments. Maya says its exotic sound makes it totally different, but sounds exactly like the Steel Samurai song to me. Let's see, what do I want to do here? Sanctum. Peach shaped thing, stabbed in the blade, the dagger modeled. Picture of Maya. Shows that she has it. A statement about the Feast of Blessings. Family photo during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with gingle. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. Wait. Okay, I think I get it.
Objection!
Because the smell shouldn't be there anymore, right? Okay. Yeah. That's not it. Dang it. Or maybe it's not the right thing. Oh, wait. There we go. It was the night of the rite, though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza's ground was still visible. The gingle smell shouldn't be there when it's that late at night. There we go. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingle? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelt any gingle at the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled any gingle the night of the rite. The high priest's wife, Belev and me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingle-based dishes, but they're only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m., the day before the purification rite. There we go. I think he was frozen in place. Because that night it was so cold. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the Wright. Oh right, I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if the body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Because he was frozen. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Nuh. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? Humph. No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours of the day before the Wright. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. It was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was still visible. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, a change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Here. Well, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the news thing that says it was really cold that day. Can we just present it now? No. Oh, whoops. Dang it. Whoops. Misclicked. Dang it. Okay. Never mind. Dang misclick. Hate when that happens. Let's see. Let's start the pattern of the plaza's ground. Then someone was there. The accused held the defensive. Right. Plaza ground. Maybe it wasn't at the plaza and that's why it's not cold? I am going to select that. Can I not? Objection! Like... Okay, that worked. The change in the date and the time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ugh, You are making that infuriating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Oh, it's the stone that had handprints on it. So, do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza is all that entered the victim's eyes, and that's why it's all like heavy. He's trying to hold the stone up so it doesn't break or get damaged. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza ground was not visible that day. There we go. Are you sure that shows why the ground was not visible? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Maybe we'll go straight to the hideout. Then, I thought it was invisible because it was like, there's a carpet there, but I guess we've already figured that it's in the hideout, so yeah, let's just jump to that then. There we go. Are you sure this shows that— What? I know not what the defense thinks he sees. But I see a lawyer spouting nonsense. Perhaps this will open his eyes. Oh my god! But Huh? It's there though. It's literally there. Ugh. How is this not it? How? How? Okay, well. Maybe I've missed something. We'll go back, it's fine. From this scene. Okay. Change. Okay. Alright. Ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza ground is not visible that day. Oh. There we go. All the snow. That makes more sense. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. I was just thinking carpet instead of ground, and then I was like, no, that's not even the ground, that's the rock. And yeah. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This is only mean this can only mean that he was killed somewhere elsewhere. What? 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 Somebody was. What? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless. About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. I completely skipped over this part and had gotten to that part. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's gotta be green and shaggy, right? Yeah, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed? Giving up already? You literally just saw it today. Don't forget about the moss, Phoenix. Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. Now we showed the hideout. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There is no such place anywhere on the floor of the chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. The stone, where you can see hand imprints. The shaggy green surface of the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions on the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one of the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminal test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong to? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. And this is why you test it anyway. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Pure Zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, please, maybe, just maybe. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by somebody we've yet to identify. So when we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. Ah, he was dead the whole time. And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look after. How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Um... Um... Something about this? Wait, what we're doing again? This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Well, you would... I guess the blood and the stuff here would point that it happened later on. Like the water already being red. Why these are photos of the inner sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. That one. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? Are you saying he was buried in the snow? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. Okay. That makes sense now. The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the pummeled Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be plausible. At least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Well, I can say the song was probably not the strap, but the clock. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The Punisher theme. The pummeled Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap, is this true? The item that played the pummeled Sorry, let me try that again. The pummeled Punisher theme song was... this. This is a pummeled Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off? What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Ah. Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there is to be an inconsistency? Humph. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Okay. Now what? Probably heavy. Here. Probably do select. Can even see the stone getting a bit closer.
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Eep! Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the falling stone slab. The only conceivable cause was the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh. The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather, he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer had been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice. The autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed with the same in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Like the statue. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Wabad dagger. The Wabad statue? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Pere Zelot's life. But this is the Warbad statue? Exactly. The Warbad statue has daggers like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecile fool, the statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled somebody who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Wabad statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbad statue was right behind him. This cannot be. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Gah. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbad statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zelot really met his demise, there's no bias for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Nah. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time. Your benevolence. Are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. She's realized how many people she has doomed to damnation that might have not rightfully died. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. And I feel bad for her. Feel kinda bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Wait, Phoenix said he felt kinda bad for her. Like, do you know what position she's in at this point? Like, you should feel really bad for her. Like, not kinda, but whatever. But then I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priestess murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbad dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to argue with what we know now. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe the stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body was with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder? A crime committed for fun. A warning from the Twilight Realm. I feel like it's probably just a serial murder, like to look like that. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. See, that's what I meant, but you worded it in a weird way where I didn't quite feel like I should press that button, but the other two made no sense at all. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. I'm sorry, but almost everyone loves cheese. The only people who don't love cheese is lactose intolerance, and even they love cheese. Why does he hate French people? I don't know. Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. No one loves lactose having foods like lactose intolerant people. Yeah. I can definitely prove that too. Everyone I know who is lactose intolerant loves a good cheesecake. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there, after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him. And we know the rest. Maya didn't know anything about the secret hideout. What are you talking about? Yeah, I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. Exactly what I'm saying, Maya. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadamahi has possessed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? Exactly. That's only what somebody would do if they were trying to pin the murder on Maya. And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? Exactly, she knows a lot about fingerprints. She has worked with Phoenix for a long time. She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. Well, I'm not convinced. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Crane? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But now I realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. Now marauding zombie? Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the Wright? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Wright can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel could have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who could have been involved was involved with the Wright, had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did you finally figure it out, Phoenix? Did somebody come to mind? Yes, expect there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadamahi will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pere Zealot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us who might that be? I believe the prime suspect is Acolyte Zealot murder is... Beleb in me. Do you truly believe that person to be the killer? I too find it hard to believe. Oh, I guess that makes 3. Wait, what? I thought we were in the same... Okay. Never mind. I guess we aren't in the same frame of mind. Well, I still think she is, the lady who's going around capturing all these people. And I still believe that she's killed her husband. But maybe somebody else killed their pretty much adopted son. And the only person who had something to do with the ceremony and had to do something with the hideout, I guess would have been thrust at me. I absolutely hate his name, by the way. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. and that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin the crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. Ah, that's the problem you were talking about. Yep, definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's not the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales, therefore I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? Oh, spirit channeling. Summon him, here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. It's the only way. Peace. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at her pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... Maya? Come on, go do your work. It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Karain. We don't have any other choice, now do we? No, we do not. If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Karain. Just act the victim. Yep, no. Spirit channeling would just be so convenient if we just skipped to that. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolence, Princess Rafa, finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner cannot possibly possess such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? She is. She's about to become master of it. Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is sacred life. Foreigner devils, death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yep. Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their ruse of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another one of their lies, they shall be executed on spot. Well, it's not one of their lies. But that being said, Maya, you better be ready to be master and be able to channel the spirit right away. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. Convenient, but also unneeded. Yeah, execution of an attorney is crazy, but all of Crane's rules are crazy. By law, they're like, yeah, if you actually do your job as a lawyer and defend somebody and they're found guilty, you're also considered guilty, so we'll just kill both of you. It's a great law, right? uh, Honestly, I'm so done with Crane. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shrink from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadamahi? Perfect, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. Of course we must. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Alrighty. Yeah, let's save on this one. Alright. Short recess time. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope you can. Hopefully these 2 years have made 30% become 100. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick, you can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. This is it. You got it. Here we go. Come on, Maya. We believe in you. You can do your thing. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen could channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death row now. Sure, go ahead. Chant death. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. Alright, go ahead. I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. Humph. A neophyte practitioner such as you cannot possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well, if you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Here goes nothing. No, the courtroom is not a serious place. Not at all. Then again, this is also kind of a joke of courtroom, in my opinion. Ugh, I forgot that she took shape of whoever she's channeling. He does not look good with her hair or her clothes. What is this place? Oh my. No. This cannot be. Pupulkanka. It's the high priest, the accused. I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the real deal. That it is. Go Maya. I don't understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Abbot in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what is this? Luxurious mane of hair. Don't play with Maya's hair. It is perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service. Oh right, he was bald, wasn't he? He's probably enjoying having hair. Abbot in me? My. But if it isn't his majesty, have you too shuffled off to mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. Then when I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give my thanks for the splendid cuffer. Praise to be the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me, please don't... Okay. There, that is better. Could we get his testimony now? And could he please put the shirt and clothes back on before the channeling is done? Yeah, she kind of takes the form of whoever she channels. Oh, this is your first introduction to Ace Attorney gameplay. Well, welcome. It is a very ridiculous game. If you want to see the rest of it, I have the whole Phoenix Wright trilogy on my YouTube, and I'm almost to the end of the Apollo Justice trilogy, and I have most of that on YouTube now, so... Anyway, could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. I wish he did too. I really hope we don't see a topless Maya. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your internal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? Why? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What's with the crazy pose? Yeah, I would say these stream VODs would be good background noise. Just listening me read out everything. Think that would work. Is that really cause for such astonishment? Though sometimes I trip over my words like that. Even the lowest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Pure Zealot, has not been murdered. Has been murdered. It was like, has not been. Wait, I definitely read that wrong. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout, hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot, and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? What the heck is this position? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. That is true. She's gonna be so sore later. He's still worthy of the ventation as he is a rebel. Praise to be the Holy Mother. Praise to be the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel alliances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kuranism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of the questions? Oh, right. Abbot and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Alak Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember? The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is the prosecutor Sadamahi concluded I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. I don't believe you. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Ha 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 ha. It seems the testimony and defense had been hoping for this working against him. Now, Abbot and me, your testimony, if you please. Yes. Yes, of course. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. So not even an alibi, an ironclad alibi. Just past noon on the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off to the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't feel any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet, it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Then he shouldn't be questioning. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? That is the question, is it not? I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. You know what? I don't think we have enough information, so I'm gonna start pressing. You used the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Crane itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone, and the grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We know plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I have even hoped for the chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial wordly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Definitely. Just past noon on the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests in my home. Which guests? Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. What gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ka, do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. Jeez. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry. He's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. The spirit's memory is cut off to... Oh, wait, we just showed this. Why are we going through this again? Don't need to see a flashback on top of a flashback. Come on now. Sometimes this game and its flashbacks there's just way too many. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying jingle cuisine with friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. What, you, wouldn't you have known this? Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbott and me. Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. So, there you have it. What exactly was his majesty? When exactly was his majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within Alex Zelot was slain. How would you know that? How would you know when he was slain? Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachudemaha. But I'm not. I don't know if I'm quite winning, but I'm getting somewhere. Also, he definitely shouldn't know the time that his acolyte was slain, so I think I'm gonna bring that up soon. Yeah, no, I wish he stopped posing like that too. I don't know what he's doing. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Um, I guess I don't really have anything to like be like, no, it wasn't that time or anything. So I guess pressing it would
Hold it!
make me be like, how do you know that time? Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it was to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I cannot have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact time as on my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? Understand what? That you shouldn't know the time of the death? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or, do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zelot? Ugh, His Majesty's a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot and me's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. There is. We already figured that out. There is a discrepancy in the high priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps he could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. He knew the time of the crime. There we go. Exactly what I said. After Abbott in me was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mentioned it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. When you were still alive. Ah! Wait, I think I saw something just now. I think I did too, but let's just ignore it. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Uh, Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. What? Why? We've been blessed by the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind. Oh my god. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Curanism prayer, huh? Oh, here he goes again. Abbott and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? Then show me proof. You never seem to amaze me, prosecutor. As he has summarized, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. Oh, the microphone we found. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in my desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Curanism prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbott and me to continue with his testimony. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. Well, let's hear the tape. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Same Phoenix, same. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Kurnist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you provoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the high priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I was entertaining his majesty as his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like the altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. I want to make sure he's sure about that. Because Maya really didn't know about the hideout at all. Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Fae? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Fae has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony, if I may. Alright, continue on. After that, there was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence. So all he knows about the crime is what we heard on the tape. And he was with his majesty and his family at the time. Now then, I have proven the soundness of my alibi. I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. Alright. Let's keep pressing then. You were entertaining his majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed, my wife Beleb was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. Quite suspicious. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Miss in me. Should I have Abbott in me? Add that to the statement? Yes. Please add the statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife Beleb was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. Then I listened to the tape later. I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. So you didn't hear the theme song at all? A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him added to his testimony? Probably. Please add the statement to your testimony. As you wish. Alright. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have been so heavy. Can you describe it in more detail, maybe? You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Because that's how every lawyer feels in Crane. So, all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape. Oh, well, that's... okay. Okay, well, we already pressed... Let's just do more pressing then. What haven't we pressed? Press that. I don't think we pressed that. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hotton's Surprise and Meltonot. I don't know. They are both traditional Kuranese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of blah 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 and the extreme texture of blah 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 blah. Sorry, but I'm starting to really struggle with saying all these Kuranese words. Which I'm almost certain are made up words. Lady Enemy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left, when I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. I already did that. It sounded like an... wait. I don't think we... I don't know if I pressed that then. You heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Okay, I didn't. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble if my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell me what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Kuranism improves your hearing? Hearing is one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus on attaining inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why the warbad over in the bazaar just cried? Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Mr. Wright. Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body. It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, It looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. I don't think mine could do that. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait. I just need a little more time. If you insist. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. My wife, Beleb, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. When what is it? Let's see. Would describe the noise as a terrible crash. It must have been so heavy. If it was all just noise, how could you know it was the stone? I present the stone. The stone in question. Abbot in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have been so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like this did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Uh-huh. The fact is, of course, the stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warblood statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? He wouldn't have known all this. The point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the high priest knew. He knew about the victim, that the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. There you go. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the high priest spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. Indeed, I remind you, Abbot in me was with His Majesty at the time of the crime. Such a alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew about Zealot was killed, something only the killer could have known. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Okay, I'll see you next time. Have a good rest of your time zone. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The high priest knew something only the killer could have known because... he interfered with it after the fact, maybe? He heard it during the trial. He heard it from the... Maybe he heard it from the real culprit. Maybe my suspicions were correct and it was his wife all this time. He must have heard it from the victim died from the real killer. Huh? The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who's the real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the high priest, someone without an alibi. The person who most likely to be Zealot's killer is... Now we show her. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the high priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? There we go. No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the high priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time. But the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the high priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. and me might have killed Acolyte Zealot. You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you are considering that Mrs. and me could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel? As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Miss Inmi killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think that she'd kill her own husband to get rid of the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Irk. Yikes. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Irk. Yikes. I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot and me stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize for the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inmi. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet, even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It seems the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be the Holy Mother. Ack, I completely forgot about that. Well, to be fair, not many people have really talked about it. She hasn't even brought it up once. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inmi. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inmi. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil, your majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is the murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, Then by all means, please testify. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is the spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, and she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to the root of the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But, do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits, it's come back to haunt her. Now, is it now time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Couldn't have channeled. Let me check the evidence quickly. Because I want to check this out. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must have known her name. That name is Ilmsen. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative. Well, then both of them could have known the name. Channeled Lady Kira's spirit. Spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name. So she could have done it. But your wife could have done it too. There we go.
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbot in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. You couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Couldn't have? The mask? I don't get me. Lady Kira's face is hidden, oh right, because she's never seen her face. Hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah! And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is the other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Miss Inme was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Arbol is a rebel, but that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Well, it can't be Maya, it can't be the wife, um, can't be the person, the high priest. There's only one other person in that household. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. That being said, that's surprising. But then again, he didn't talk very much, and he's just kind of there, and they had to have killed him for a reason. The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is Pure Zealot. What's this? The high priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace, I say peace. The defense will continue. Man, this episode's long. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya isn't Lady Kira, and neither was Miss Inmi, or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is... Anything suspicious here? Evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot is posing as Lady Kira. Oh, the warning maybe? Because he's the only one who could get into the house. This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadamahi, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, but the reason you gave was that the high priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings, and if Lady Kira is the one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Miss Inmi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Inmi is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for your mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. and that Pummeled Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Huh. Was Lady Inme a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? What's gotten into him? Oh, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Abbott in me? Just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That was simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Pummeled Punisher clock, you said. Humph. That alarm clock could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. What would the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! Well, that's not great, but I was kind of questioning that as well. In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song of the victim heard was from the accused strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That Pummeled Punisher song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments? I too heard it by the way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, then why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wench. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And the switch, if I'm right, we set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched into my mind. They went, taiko drums? That's not the right theme song. Distinct taiko drums in the intro? This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbott in me's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still, you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. Um, this one. The theme song, which begins with traditional Kuranese instruments. Totally different from the Steel Samurai theme song that has the taiko drums. This is what is inconsistent with his statement. My client's pummeled Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Pummeled Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme song to the Pummeled Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Pummeled Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it if not the Pummeled Punisher theme? His final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Pummeled Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say, Mr. Wright. What is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The Pummeled Punisher theme is a total rip, if you don't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. But backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Pummeled Punisher fan here in Korean, and as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Pummeled Punisher strap. And this avid Pummeled Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Belib Enmi. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Miss Wright? I in fact do. For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face her holiness's wrath. Ooh, all the lives. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. I already know what I'm showing. Very well then. Please present your evidence as you would defense. The evidence that proves Miss Enmi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is the family photo. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Miss Enmi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Let's see the watch she's wearing. Look at Mrs. Enmi left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. which clearly makes this a steel samurai watch. Huh. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Inme had the samurai watch. So, what the victim heard in its final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss Inme was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. He's already seen the evidence. Why does he keep doing that? Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. What now? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no? I'm afraid it is. There, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Heh, says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or, as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is, as you said, the lady in me, the rebel slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ack, how could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? Still the wife. In my mind, anyway. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? Ack, I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest murder. You mindless zombie. You could have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the high priest? Alright. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did it? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. Now for what I would call Danganronpa time. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. The spring was stained red before the Wright. Oh right, Maya said the spring had been stained red before the Wright even began. The spring was already red before the high priest murder because of Zealot's blood. The spring was already stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the Wright, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the high priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested at the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities then? To keep the hideout hidden. He wanted to keep the hideout secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to? To set up the scene. Use the rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning to on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? Used Maya's blood, he used his own blood, he used his own, he killed himself! Oh my god. Right. Throst's death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. His putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. After the priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. No. It is a prosecutor Sadamahi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic. And your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite, but what if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. It was moved by Maya, it was moved by Throst's soul. Throst died by a different weapon, maybe? I don't think either of the other ones are possible. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real murder weapon? I think we've already figured this out, since now that we know the knife, the blade, like, it killed no one. You've got nothing. I've got nothing, but I know where had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back to the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. The statue Again. You believe that is... You believe that to be what took his life. Do you truly believe that the High Priest could have killed himself by such an item? I do not recall ever seeing that. You just heard it from the horse's... Oh, wait. Maybe... Okay. Maybe there's an easier way to present the statue. It's just we used that way to present the statue last time. Okay, come on. Get back to where I was. Oh, okay, we have the actual statue this time. There we go. I forgot that was added in. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, but its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. Pa-pa-pa-pa! Oh my god. You believe that that statue claimed both victims' lives? Exactly. Would you would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No. He lies. Pay him no need. Why this? Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? I definitely do. I'm raising my hand. Beleb, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot and me, let your wife speak. Hmm. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Puree was slain. Mm-hmm. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop. She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Well, I think that's conclusive enough. Abbot in me? Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending to the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now, let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dat's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Puree was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So the true identity of the rebel hunting lady, Kira, was Puree Zealot. Yes. He was a member of the secret police serving directly under the Minister of Justice. the secret police. And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the crown is still murder. Heh, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude like one of a dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Igna's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as to covering up the tattoo that all Kuranist clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be... Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace. Now, Lady Inmi, please continue. Pere suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him, with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Inmi, are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I'm already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this is all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbat statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite began. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's daggers like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadamahi. As one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inme's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe this defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Was it this? The Defense Culpability Act. The circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inme's killing of Acolyte Zealot in defense. However, it would have been next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on my FA. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Crane, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Faye as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the warbed statue. It made it seem that the Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But, are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would have rushed to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lied with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard, but I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, if it is time to show the might of your legal prowess, you mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. This just looks so weird because of Maya. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking about you. Aw, really do feel bad for her, you know. Farewell, my darling Frost. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Finally. Those butterflies go so well with Maya. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof. That was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's metama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the Metama. That's where you are wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Metama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? And what can I do? The spiritual power does not even approach yours. Ha 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 ha. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It was worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that, huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you, and if you really mean all that you just say, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. If even today I call you a neophyte practitioner, it's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. But Barved Head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the but that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means that there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What was that? What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke. We'd better check it out. Hurry. Mrs. Inme. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye. I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inme, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Arbol? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the back of innocents charged with false crimes under the Idiocy Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly. Hi there, PW. I wish there could be more time to talk, but Dirk, everything's ready. It's time to go. Dirk? Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him. Don't let them get away. The power to forge a society in which the law judges us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Pummeled Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Maya will definitely always be Maya. Anyway, that's the end of the episode, and I have to go, so hope you all enjoyed. As always, this will be uploaded on my YouTube, and I'll see you all on Tuesday. Bye bye.